We are streaming again. Doing it again. Oh wait, how do I do this? What's going on? What's going on? That goes there. Yeah, perfect. And then that can go there. Okay. My window is too bright. But that's okay. That happens. If I can turn that light on and that, we got red light on that. It's it is what it is. Okay, let's go over here and then over here. Put headphones on. We got this thing. Oh, don't want to hear my voice. It's disgusting. And then we'll ping my Discord. And that'll be fun. At everyone. Bam. Okay. Alright, we're live. We're streaming in 2 days a live stream. We are gonna work on the song. Sent it to a homie of mine for some feedback and gave me some ideas on things to improve. Because it's pretty chaotic and has a lot of issues, so it should be fun. So let's be productive. Let's make music better, make music more good. Okay, so it is pretty chaotic right off the bat. Let's take this. What do we got in here? Then right off the bat, I want to, at least for this intro section, I think. No, that's not the percussion. What? Is it not? And then we'll just open this up right here. Okay, then it gets more chaotic and shit over here. We got people pinging me in the thing. Oh, okay, word. All right. Well, what did he say? He said 808 needs more saturation. Yeah, I did that a little bit. He thinks at 110. 110 is over here, so we don't have to worry about that. Oh. Alright, there's already a bunch of shit happening. Where's all the binaural things? Here's the binaural things, this guy here. We're just gonna hit it with that, honestly. Kind of like this guy. That guy's great. So this guy here, this is the saturated guy. I feel like these guys here should be down a lot more. The fuck is that? Why? There's a low pass filter and a Foreman filter somewhere? Where are you? No, he's not there. Oh, it's over here. It's over here. Yeah, it's right there. Okay, where the fuck? You sound awful. In here? What the fuck? What? Oh, it's there. What? Where is it? Oh, it's this guy. I think. Were you just here the whole time? Filter. And then, oh, do I want to use an LFO? I don't know. I gotta tease this guy in more. let's parallel process this. Nah, let's not parallel process it. Let's just make another operator. Same thing basically, but I wanna play with the sends a little bit. I wanna give this more reverb and make this guy just a sine wave, I think. It's a dramaturg. Dramaturg. That's a name if I've ever read one. Are these the same chords? Right? Okay, I don't know, man. Click here. Yeah, no, the click's gotta go, man. There's just so many clicks at every single point in the song. It's like actually stupid. synths, depends on which one you're talking about. You're probably talking about this guy. So basically, we got an operator, FM synth, and I just kind of scribbled in a fuck ton of harmonics in this like kind of unbalanced way. So you got your fundamental, and I just went like bleh. I just did something like that. Just scribbled in the harmonics there. So if we turn off most of the processing, it sounds like so, right? It has a shit ton of like that ultra high end. It's pretty unbalanced. And then you FM it. And then you just automate the FM amount, right? So I have this like kind of, and I just kind of scribbled in patterns. Or it's like this. Right, pretty cool. I guess there's a little bit of FM here too. It just makes it sound noisy or whatever, dynamic, the texture, timbre is evolving and whatnot. And then what's giving it that real cool formant-y, you know, vocally sound is I'm using a Max for Live formant effect. You can just like look up formant Max for Live and it'll probably pop up. And I think the new Ableton update is basically going to have this exact thing like inside of the auto filter. But I just have a formant hard pan to the left and a formant hard pan to the right. And they're both set to different settings, so they're just pitched a little bit differently. So we have two formant filters or two voices panned differently, which creates this like really big width, and they're all, the automation for the formant patterns are different. So I guess it appears that I just took the automation for one and then just like nudged it over to a slightly different spot on the other. Right, so that makes it sound, you know, it sounds like something's talking a little bit more. And then after that, oh, I guess I have a wider, right? It just makes it more wide, why not? And then the real secret sauce is a swap delay. So swap delay is, it's kind of like a ping pong delay, but instead of a ping pong delay, we'll take your entire signal, take a mono version of your entire signal, and then hard pan it left, and then hard pan it right, and then hard pan it left and then right, and then, you know, the feedback will lower the volume every single time it hard pans back and forth. A swap delay is something that'll take your signal, swap it, and then play it, and then swap it again, and then play it again, and then swap it again, and then play it. And every time it swaps, it'll get a little bit quieter. So this isn't like a default device in Ableton, but you can build one pretty easily using ping pong delays. So the way to make this is you basically are going to have a left and right channel, right? And so one channel is going to take your entire left signal, and then you're gonna take that signal, throw it into a ping pong delay. So that's gonna take your left signal and then throw it to the left and then throw it to the right, and then so on and so forth. And then you swap it afterwards. So instead of it throwing to the left and to the right, it takes your left signal and then throws it to the right and then throws it to the left. And then you do the same thing over here with the right signal going through a swap delay or through a ping pong delay, but you don't swap it afterwards. You play both of these things in parallel, you get a swap delay. And that sounds really cool because any sort of width stereo imaging processing that you apply to your signal will, you know, if it's unbalanced in any sort of way whatsoever, the swapped copy will sound different and also fill out space and balance out your width. So if you have something that's like a little bit leaning to the left, the swap delay will compensate for that, as opposed to a ping pong delay, which always leans in one direction. So anyways, with like a high feedback amount or whatever, right? It's pretty cool. So all that combined, you get that sound. Let's just say Command Z a bunch until I undo whatever I did. mostly happy with the composition of this thing, but the mix is still just like an absolute clusterfuck. One of my homie said melody at the drop should be bigger, more distortion. I feel like there's already a lot of distortion. This bit over here. Now the auto filter thing sucks. Why? A little bit better. Yeah, no problem. You're welcome. Maybe just on the downbeat here, honestly. Maybe we get rid of that. See, that's what I gotta do now. Now I gotta start hocketing things. Well, I don't... Okay, I like the pitch of that, but it's annoying. Like there's an annoying filter movement on that. last chord to be better. All right, take care. Thanks for tuning in. Hey, what's up, Lucas? How are you doing? Why is that note so quiet? Should I just boost the volume there? Yeah. And now now it clicks. This guy's clicking. A pizza and a joint. The pizza is the most important thing for changing your conscious experience for music, for sure. That'll give you the best feedback for listening. Okay, this bit is a clusterfuck. I kind of like the swelling a little bit. Let's swell it every time. This guy. This is a pretty old one. It's 3 years old. 3 years and 2 months-ish. But I'm trying to finish it for an EP because I think it would fit pretty well. So, past couple weeks, I've just been throwing myself at this fucking dude, trying to make it sound listenable, because, you know, my mixing and sound design techniques were worse 3 years ago. Just the classic never-ending conundrum of making music, then putting it on pause, getting better, going back, trying to fix the shit that you made before, kind of thing. It sucks, but we're making progress. Maybe instead we can just throw this on the operator down here. how I'm doing the sidechaining, but there's clicks fucking everywhere. Because again, this is a project I made. Yeah, I'm using a dedicated sidechain. Probably given issues. I don't know, it's old. Do I need to look ahead? I don't know, man. Mix is a clusterfuck. There's just too much going on. This is just one of those things I'm just gonna iteratively throw myself at day in and day out and day in and day out. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Because we're trying to be productive. Let's go work on this other song that is also driving me fucking crazy and I'm tired of working on. It'll be fun. This guy now. I said this guy now. I feel like the snare is lacking. Did I do something to the snare? Was it always bad? I feel like it needs like a little bit of low mids. I see. We just didn't have the snare really playing in the first part for some reason. So let's just add this and turn it down by like 8 dB. I feel like there's something about the timbre because of how, I don't know, something about the harmonics being so like even in volume here and it playing as a chord, it just sounds fucked. It's like it's hard to explain. I don't know, it just doesn't, it sounds so unnatural, I suppose. Maybe I just gotta give it one of these, you know. Hey, we need to soothe the shit out of this. Definitely does sound better, I think, than it did before. Because I remember last time we worked on the song, you like completely redid all of the processing on these sounds over here. Like probably just fucking everything, man. Just give it the old classic 1-2, you know. I don't know where the fuck all the, why there's so much sub. This is just never gonna sound good, is it? Too much roar. Oh, let's parallel process everything. I don't know, man. Let's just slap bloom on it. Bloom and pray, bloom and pray every time without fail. Big attack, big release, yeah. I don't know. I'm just gonna try layering more MIDI stuff. I don't like the song. I don't like working on it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's very annoying. It is painful. All right, what do we got here? Okay. It's all pretty bad. just sounds too dry. But when I like put a bunch of effects on it, it sounds like muddy and bad because I'm trying to cover up all of its problems, and it's very obvious that I'm trying to cover up all of its problems, right? So that's that conundrum. That's that problem. You know what'd be crazy cool is like, imagine a delay plugin where the delay is pitch matched to every single note. That would be cool. Because like I want the delay to kind of smear it, you know, to make it less staccato. Honestly, it sounds pretty good with whatever value, whatever pitch that is. Knock along, transient, smoother. Yeah, right? Now, I think there's stuff that kind of can do that. Like, I think you can MIDI map. There are definitely Max for Live plugins where you can MIDI map MIDI notes to the thing and then play the MIDI notes. It's just, I don't know exactly what notes the audio is. So you'd have to use like a tuner. But the tuner would be buggy. Yeah, I would have to just like play by ear and figure out what the notes are, but I'm lazy. Now that kind of works in that it's all smeared, but now it's so spectrally smeared that like you're losing, I don't know. I always feel weird about using spectral shit. I mean, it sounds pretty good on the high-end stuff, honestly. Like, we can go pretty dramatic with it, probably. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like I'm finally nailing and getting the right combination of bullshit effects stacked on top of each other. Now it's starting to sound a little bit better. Yeah, maybe. I think the real secret, yeah, we gotta play with the feedback amount. Low feedback for when it's lower in pitch. higher feedback for when it's higher in pitch. That's pretty obvious. Yeah. What's up, Hoopla? How you doing, man? We are trying to fix songs that are 3 years old, and it's miserable, but we're making progress. So that's fun. That is fun. I would say one of the benefits on working on old songs is you're like reintroducing yourself to old techniques that you used to do that you kind of forget about. You know, so it's pretty good. It's a good exercise for sure, but man, does it's fucking miserable when the techniques you're reintroduced to were stupid. You know, honestly, we could probably put these chords way earlier and layer it with the other shit. That would probably sound great. Okay, we're definitely making progress. Still, now I'm starting to see that the drums really suck in this section. I need to improve the drums. But, you know, it's just a game of whack-a-mole. You know, you fix one thing, you realize another thing sucks more than the thing that you just fixed, because, you know, just everything's relative. So it's just an ongoing, never-ending game of whack-a-mole that will never, ever end. So that's cool. Okay, all right. I'm tired of working on this song. We made good progress on this one. I think so. I think we absolutely did. So I'm happy with that. What do we do now? We could go. Yeah, let's check out the dub, the side dub one. Yeah, this one I'm pretty comfortable with. I think it's basically done, but like I still should revisit it every day and just like, you know, make little tweaks. Because again, I think my best, most well-mixed songs are ones where like once I'm at the point where I'm like, this song is done, then I still will revisit it for about 5-10 minutes every single day and make very, very slight adjustments. You know, you just revisit it while your ears are very fresh. Just make small 1 dB tweaks to, you know, volume of different elements, slight automation, changing reverb sends and all that. And you just do that once every single day or whatever, and you keep refreshing your perspective and then adjusting. You might undo something the next day or whatever. But I've found when I'm in that kind of state of working on a song, just kind of chipping away at it every single day, those are the mixes that I end up being. I fucking hate vinyl distortion doing that. It's so annoying when you load a project file. That's when those are when my mixes tend to be best. So that's what I should be doing. So like just to begin with, I don't like that it immediately comes in at full volume. Maybe it should be even more filtered. Is it this guy? Resonance is out the fucking wazoo. It's not that. Wow, that's awful. Oh, I think it's something I can honestly. It would be better to fix this in the delay send. Yeah, makes sense. Maintaining distance in sort of a listener state makes errors. Yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, if you're mixing down a song for 2 hours straight, it's probably way more unproductive than if you just stopped mixing it after 20 minutes, because you're going to end up introducing more issues because your perspective gets fucked. You know. So yeah. pretty cool. I don't usually, this is something new that I just tried out, but basically this shit, it keeps getting really, really loud. Whatever filter automation on this original synthesizer sound, there's a bunch of points where the filter opens up and it gets really, really bright around like 1 to 5 kilohertz, right? Like right there, like what the fuck is that, right? So we could just put a bandpass filter on the compressor EQ, specifically centered around 2 kilohertz, and then that will target only when that frequency range gets super loud. So it's kind of like, I don't know, just using it kind of spectrally in a similar way to soothe, but still compress the whole signal, right? Okay. Yeah, that's enough work on that for today. Definitely a lot of resonance issues. Still build up just volume problems. Probably too much reverb and delay at a bunch of different points, which I tamed a little bit of that, but we'll see. Again, we just got to keep coming back to this and just like chipping away at it. So that should be fun. I guess I should probably just go back to this song. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, no, we're being productive. We're just gonna keep coming back, chipping away, and making these like handful of songs better and better and better until I fucking release it. Because if I keep distracting myself and making new songs, then I will never release the songs that are already like pretty much ready. So. Okay, I'm gonna go, okay, back to this guy. I am not looking forward to, why can't, what's going on? I'm hitting the wrong macros, goddammit, okay. Hey, what's up, Swampwalker? How you doing? It was a pleasure meeting ya. Even though we only met for like a solid like 60 seconds in Sewanee. It was pretty fucking cool. Hell yeah. Bro, this kick, man, I don't know what to do with him. He just keeps misbehaving. Okay. What we gotta do is we gotta actually like do proper call and response, meaning don't have 5 elements play at the same fucking time. Yeah? Let's do that. So we have this guy here. Okay, so let's get rid of that. Your first real festival, amazing, but a bit overwhelming at times. Yeah. And that's one of the smallest festivals too. I mean, they go pretty fucking. It's pretty intense in terms of like the production value, honestly. You know, like really insane. I mean, they got the best. It's the best of the best, like fucking music and visual artists for sure. but definitely small in terms of like size and capacity and cluster fuckiness in general. But yeah, festivals are cool. All right, and then there's this vocoder dude in the background that really isn't adding all that much. I think I'm just married to it because it's been in the song for so long. For you. I think this is just also the vocoder guy. Just resampled. And then I have a flat line. Flat line on you. Yeah, the flat line on this guy makes it swell in volume really annoyingly right there. We just do that. And I don't like how the filter movement works there. Can we just like do some shit like that? What if we do that? Yeah, then it's just a noise, yeah. Let's just turn it off. Yeah, just shut the fuck up right there. Thank you. And then what if we play around with just like fucking crunching it, you know? Like just like right there, we just go fuck it, get crunchy, you know? Okay, too much crunch. Is there a high pass filter built into this? I don't think so. There's a feedback thing. Oh wait, no, there is. There is a high pass filter. And then the fucking... Oh man, I have like 4 flat lines actually on this now that I think about it. That's a mess. What if we hit it with a reduce ambience? Reduce ambience is a very, very cheap and easy and kind of shitty, but can be good in certain contexts, noise remover. See? It's still kind of there, but it works. And if you duplicate it a couple times, it makes it very. It can make it very clicky. It's just like a crazy gate, multi-band gate. think the swap delay just isn't doing it here, man. I think it's just too much. Or maybe we swell every single, like, 4 bars. My snare noise, right? Let's set this to noise and set this to 4 bands, right? Don't do that. Oh, it's the bird calling clap. Yeah, this shouldn't be in the snare group. This most definitely should not be in the snare group. Unless we check out these amazing mixing practices. We put our transient for the snare, the main snares inside our inside our snare group. And then our snare group has that plus the spray clap thing. And then we can put our vocoder with the noise on this. So now we can sidechain directly from our snare group, while our snare group has the spray, so our sidechain we won't be sidechaining with the spray on it, you know? Brilliant. Sounds like shit still. Yes. What's with the why are you so bad? This is put you on an individual snare, meaning all the group processing was pointless I just did. Where's all the noise? Why does it have endless output? What's the endless output from? Oh my god, I've already done this before. What? What's going on? All right, I'm so lost, man. Also, pro tip, if you don't like how your snare quite sounds and it still doesn't sound better by pitch shifting it, you can also just frequency shift it, because the snare is, for the most part, just a fundamental and then noise, and it doesn't necessarily, like, if you frequency shift something, right, you're gonna end up making it, you're gonna, the harmonic relationship will become inharmonic, because if you frequency shift something, then frequency shifting is like an additive adjustment of the frequency spectrum across the entire thing versus logarithmic, and harmonics are logarithmically spaced, right? So if you adjust with the shifter, then everything becomes inharmonic. However, snares can be inharmonic as long as you have a strong fundamental. So this is a good way to adjust only the fundamental while warping or modifying the timbre of your snare, right? Like, that all still sounds pretty good. Whereas, I don't know, what's with the noise? Shut the fuck up, dude. Is there a vinyl thing somewhere? And it's panned? It's just coming from this. But the release is only 110 milliseconds. Is it because it's on 4 bands and 4 bands is bugged? I think it's because it was on 4 bands and 4 bands is bugged. Even though I suppressed the first band. What the fuck are you doing? I don't know. I don't know. 4 bands. Don't use 4 bands, folks. It doesn't work. Now there's too much shit playing at the same time. You. We don't need these in between notes. Don't need any of this, frankly. We made some progress. Again, we're just chipping away at the thing. You know? Okay, let's go back here. I somehow made it awful. I fucked everything up. Is there group processing? Is this not? No. Why can I hear every little bit of the fucking clap? What did I change? I mean, I know I moved the groups around, but like it's still within the fucking thing, so I don't know what this guy's deal is, but you know what? You know what? I'm tired of it. We just want this to work as a spray, you know, our little snare, a little bit of snare spray, right? So we just do that the whole fucking time. Look at it go. Yeah. Okay, okay, that song, I don't know, I improved it a little bit more. Still tons and tons and tons of issues. There's so many clicks, it gets super, super muddy. I have an absurd amount of processing on the master. I have Bloom, like, working way too hard to kind of cover up issues, and I feel like that probably means I should just go back in the mix and try to fix it in the mix instead of just putting a giant band-aid on the master, you know? Probably. In the meantime, let's work on something different so that I don't go too fucking crazy. There's a lot. Oh, let's work on this guy. This one, I remember having some potential, but it is super weird and needs a lot of work. But you know, I get to be creative for a second, so that'll be fun. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna go drink some water and walk around and stretch and whatnot. I'll be back in. I'm back already, real quick. Okay, we got this song. Kind of forgot what it sounds like. Alright, we're in 23 notes per octave. The LFO sucks ass. Where is that? Where's the chord? This guy, get rid of the LFO. Let's I don't know, let's do some sound design. Why is it panned to the left so much? How does this work? Okay. Okay. Really weird. Need more. I don't know. no, nothing, man. I know we have this thing over here. This is the part that's kind of good. Okay, this is actually good. Everything else is complete garbage. We have to tease and work this thing over here in. Also, I don't know why I saturated the kick. That was stupid. Should have done that. Okay. So what are we gonna do here? We have this guy. And this guy. We gotta make this into like more of a down tempo section, maybe. So like maybe we just make the drums less swingy and stuff. Maybe we can get rid of the claps. Get rid of that kind of thing. Grab, just type in drum loop. No. 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 Love that. That's kind of cool. Stereo swap. don't know how you were so consistent, man. I get bored so easily of staring at the down. I'm about to bash my head against the wall. I don't know what the down is, but I don't know. It's rewarding. You know, it gives what you put into it, it'll give back. Sometimes what you put into it, it doesn't give back as much, and then you're like, damn, that shit sucked. And sometimes what you put into it, it gives back way more. But on average, oh, the DAW, I getcha. But I don't know, it's just like it's just infinitely rewarding and infinitely deep, and the deeper and deeper you go, and the more you build a project and a discography and everything, and there's just like layers of depth in how rewarding making music is and can be. I feel like, you know, it's like in the beginning, like I'm at the point where I'm starting to like plan out and come up with like entire albums and projects and stuff, and like I think about music 24/7 all the time. I listen to, like, when I'm out driving my car, I'm listening to my project files and thinking about ways that I can like tweak them and change them, you know. It's just like constantly evolving and changing. Now there are times where I'm absolutely frustrated and I don't produce for a while, but if you can maintain the discipline and like keep doing it, then it's like the most rewarding thing that makes life worth living. And if you want to get good, you need to do it all the time. That's the other thing. And I want to get good. I've decided my life purpose is to make the best music that I can possibly make. My life purpose is not to be like a world touring artist or to have 100,000 followers on fucking Spotify or whatever. Those aren't my goals in life. Chasing numbers is stupid and will like inevitably lead to like depression or burnout, because that's not, it's a goal that is dependent on luck and is also hollow and just egocentric. Whereas if you have a better goal for yourself, like mine is to make the best music that I can possibly make, and to do so I need to become the best producer that I can be, which requires discipline, you know, then all of the other things that will come with that, like, you know, fame or whatever the fuck that a lot of people chasing this want, that'll all come with it naturally. The rewards come with that naturally, as long as you have like a strong foundation for what you want. Okay, we need to make chords to accompany this thing here. Just do it over here. Spooky, scary microtonal chords. I love them. I want nothing more. And then what if we... What the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that not? Why is it lying to me? Okay, and then... this guy here. Swap this guy. Wait, you gotta be like that, and then highlight all of this fucking dude, and then reverse. Redux thing, I need to turn off the delay on that, and then we need to put stab on it. Oh, that's kind of cool. Let's turn off that. The fuck is happening? The fuck? You go there, you go there. Just like do a call and response back and forth. Yes, I'm at that point where you have a strong foundation of technical knowledge and starting getting frustrated with the arrangements. Sometimes it turns out great, but most of the time you're telling yourself it's not good enough. Yeah, I mean the rule of thumb is that 9 out of like 90% of everything you make is going to be dog shit at any point in your career. It's just that the threshold for what is dog shit and what is good will raise, you know. So I'm sure like the greatest artists that you think of, 9 out of 10 of the songs that they make suck. You know, they're only just putting out the good stuff. So a lot of it is about volume and putting stuff out. And then a lot of it is also just like, it's a big mental game of working with yourself and figuring out how your own brain works and operates and handles frustration and how you can deal with all of that. So when I'm like hitting periods of writer's block, if I'm like extremely frustrated and can't make anything good, then I'll try to work on older songs, you know, where it doesn't require as much creative energy as it is more so, you know, like mixing and whatnot. And if I don't have like the energy to do that, then there's still other things that I could do to improve my own music, like practicing physical instruments, you know, which is like a much more meditative process of, you know, repetition and building muscle memory and forging like, you know, mind connections, you know, learning music theory, stuff like that. And all those things in the end will end up giving you inspiration and tools to draw on in the future when you do have inspiration or are less frustrated. So there's always something you can do to improve, but it's also dependent on your mind state, you know. So like sometimes you're just not in the right state of mind to be able to make a good fucking song or to sit down and produce a thing for a couple hours, but there are other things that you can do still to take advantage or to be able to still progress while in that state of mind. That's something that I've been learning about myself lately. But then also just getting frustrated with the thing, it's just also just like an acceptance of any time spent, you know, producing is still time worthwhile. It's still time spent improving, you know? So if you open Ableton and spend 2 hours making an awful, terrible beat, that's still 2 hours spent learning what an awful beat sounds like and how you made it, and familiarizing yourself with the DAW and familiarizing yourself with different tools. Maybe there's some technique that you're overusing that you ended up using a lot and you're like, man, I'm tired of using this technique, it doesn't sound good, that may inspire you to like try something different out next time. You know, it's always time spent improving. So just try to adopt that outlook. You know, it's about just spending hours into it. The greatest artists, you know, like Tipper, he spends like fucking allegedly like 12 hours a day every single day making music. That's how he gets that good. That's the secret. You know, I'm sure he makes a lot of shit music, but you know, if you spend that much time, you're gonna make a lot of gold. So yeah, just acceptance of like discipline. You know, because you can't work off of motivation. You can only, if you rely only entirely on motivation to make music or to pursue an artistic endeavor or whatever, then you're never going to get that great at it, because motivation and inspiration is fleeting. You know, it comes and goes, and you don't really have control over when that happens. What you do have control over is building discipline, building habits. Make a rule: I'm going to open my DAW every single day and work on it for at least 30 minutes. You build that discipline, you do it every single day, you're going to end up getting better and quicker and faster and improve your workflow, such that when inspiration does come, you're going to be able to make something way faster and way better than you did before. And not only that, inspiration will come more often because you're priming yourself and setting up your body and your brain to be in a state of mind where it happens to you more often. Right? You're going to hit that flow state more often if you're fucking setting yourself up to hit the flow state. Otherwise, like, nothing's gonna happen, you know. So it's a lot of mental work. Really, music production is just like, it's a reflection of yourself, and like taking a mirror at your own self and your own habits, your own frustrations, and figuring out how to conquer them and all that. People who don't make music will always look at the greats and call it talent. I've learned that all the greats just put in the time. Yeah, absolutely. And I would say, like, yeah. There's a great quote about like the threshold of your potential. Like, your potential is basically defined by your taste, right? And so if you have good taste, then you can make good music. The rest of it is just a matter of putting the time in, right? Because if you have good taste, then you're gonna know when you've made something good. And I think a lot of people just get frustrated because they have good taste, but the music they're making sucks. So they're like, oh, the music I'm making sucks, I'm bad. And it's, no, you're not bad. Well, you are bad, but you have to put the time in. You have the potential to be good. If you think you're bad, then you have the potential to be better. If you think that you're the best that you can be, then you're locked in, then you're done. But no one thinks that, right? Everyone can always improve, so just work on improving. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know. Yeah, just work on, like, it just depends on like what your ultimate end goals are, really. And acknowledgement that you may have to make sacrifices and stuff like that. You know, if you spend 2 hours a day scrolling TikTok, you could probably spend those 2 hours a day making music or doing something somewhat related to music that may, you know, lend to inspiration or something, rather than like brain rot content. Again, it's everything's interconnected, and how you take care of yourself and treat yourself all relates to all of that, right? I feel about, is this even good? I could put this on here. Oh. And this guy here. Yeah, that guy has too long of a release. What if we change the pigments patch, change the release on this guy, make it, gonna take a lot. Yeah, we can just make it go like bam. That guy goes down an octave. Damn, what a great time to jump into the stream. Thinking about these concepts a bunch. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, it's it matters just as much as, you know, if not more than like learning sound design techniques, right? It's just about working on your own relationship with your art form, your goals and what you want, and how to improve your own like habits. The same thing like learning learning to play physical instruments like tabla. Like it's just about putting the time in. It's literally just about spending hours a day, having the discipline to sit down and practice the thing. Because if you're working solely on inspiration, then you're fucked. And I think the same thing goes with everything else. So like live streaming for me has been massively helpful in getting shit done, because I mean, I'm motivated to live stream for a bunch of reasons, right? You know, like it helps out my brand, I suppose, a little bit. People are appreciative of it. I get dopamine because people compliment me, and I like that because I'm egocentric, right? And then also, when I live stream, I'm guaranteed to work on music for like 3 hours nonstop. Nothing's going to distract me. It's just going to force me to do it. And so building the habit of live streaming has actually been super, super helpful and useful. And also, it also like expands, like I'm not only just working on music, I'm talking about music with other people. Other people are commenting and giving their ideas for my songs, giving feedback. I'm giving feedback, give feedback to other people. That's so important. I can't harp on this enough. And I feel like everyone is avoiding doing that. But giving feedback to other people is massively helpful because it's exposing your ear to production styles and issues and problems that you aren't familiar with because their production styles and flows are different than yours, right? So like that's just like another thing that you can do to help. Immerse yourself in different producer communities. I have a Discord. Whoa, you can join my Discord and then give feedback or talk about, you know, random music production related shit. When you have, you know, like the thing you did commenting in my stream about questioning my consistency, I mean, that you're still working on some degree, right? Because you're tuning into a music production live stream, you're engaging in something you're still interested in and positing your question about your issue. So, you know, like taking advantage of the communities that are available is also super important, because that's basically what I'm doing. Okay, wait, a bunch of comments all of a sudden. Okay, oh yeah, sometimes I go to the kitchen, get a share of shitty speakers, a real old netbook that I have, and get FL Studio. People sometimes just go too much on the flow inertia of open DAW to make track without reflecting on their work frame. Is it the most ideal? Do you always have to make music? I mean, you just have to like prime yourself, and you have to try to make music or try to do something relating to music or try to improve on some skill that will help you make music better. Yeah, that's basically the gist. Allowing myself to be completely careless, put myself in with a DAW I barely know in those kind of more extreme situations. I'm a little confused. Just like kind of throwing yourself at it, because I'd say that's definitely helpful. It breaks you out of habits, and habits definitely can fuck you a lot. Habits are also important. You know, habits are you get good at, you know, an art if you build a habit of practicing that art. But you can also get locked into certain habits, and then that can like stagnate you. So you have to like be conscious of your own habits. Just being very conscious and self-aware of your own self, your own ego, your own process, where you are, where you want to be, the reasons why you want to go, the reasons why you're doing this and where you want to go, and your motivations and your goals. And you need to be conscious of all of that. I think that's huge. As opposed to just, you know, living moment to moment and just doing what feels right. You know, you have to think big picture. You know, if you're like, music is a lifelong journey, you know. So like I started learning music theory, which I should have done ages and ages ago, and it took me like 8 months to a year, and now I'm pretty fluent in music theory. I feel like I practically understand pretty much whatever anyone's talking about in music theory for the most part. And the motivation for doing that was realizing this is a lifelong pursuit. I'm like 6-7 years into music production. I want to do this until I fucking die. I want to put out albums 30 years from now, and I want those albums to be the best that they possibly can be with 37 years of experience making music production. So how am I going to do that? I'm going to work on the fucking fundamentals now and put in the time and effort. And a lot of people will think, oh, music theory, I don't want to do that. I just want to make dubstep. Everything can just be an F minor. I don't have to do anything. Well, what if you don't want to make fucking rhythm 5 years from now? What then? You know, try to become the best music producer that you can be, if that's your goal. If that's your goal, of course. If your goal is short-sighted and you just only care about making rhythm or dubstep, and you don't think you're ever gonna change your music taste or evolve or want to do anything different, then yeah. Anyways, again, off track, but said found your music from a stream, and now I'm all on all of your main playlists. I'm positive God You One fan. Hell yeah, thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, you I've been stalking my stats, and I saw that you played a shit ton of my music at the Tipper and Friends Festival, which that was cool, very cool to see. What am I doing outside of streaming and Tableau to get better at music production? Do I have routines, or do I improve mainly? Lately, nowadays, it's mostly just through the streams. Yeah, for the most part. I mean, I'm already like pretty good at it in terms of building just like workflow and knowing how to navigate and go through the DAW, right? So like that isn't necessarily like an urgent need of like when someone's starting out, they need to open their DAW every single day. I think you need to build the mind muscle connection, you need to learn all the shortcuts and like intuitively understand it like the back of your hand, and that just requires familiarity and doing it every single day. But now for the most part, it's like, yeah, what I do on the live stream, I do produce, sometimes not on the live stream, but like I would say 70-80% of the time I produce while I'm live streaming. So you can see I'm not producing every single day for sure, but also just giving feedback and listening, with critically listening to my own music pretty frequently is something that I do very often. One thing I don't do enough is listen to other people's music, which is pretty sad. Learning music theory, learning piano, learning other instruments. I just think about waveforms and sound design all the time. I'm trying to like learn how to echolocate and learning to listen for room modes and just like room acoustics in general, being very aware of how like the reverberation in any single spot sounds like. If you click your tongue while you're on a walk and you hear a little, like a short 20 millisecond delay to your right, and then there's a house that's like, you know, like with a garage door open or whatever closed, and it's like 100 feet away, then you know you could like building like a mental map for like what acoustic sounds like around me. Will that directly translate well to making music? I have no idea, but it's cool and gets me thinking about sounds 24/7, which I think like probably helps for critically listening, or you know, like critiquing mixes or whatever. Just getting in the mind space of always thinking about sound is cool. And like I think the most rewarding thing that there is, honestly. So would recommend all that. Learning to give feedback is so good. It's almost like you're collabing with someone, you're witnessing something totally novel, and that can maybe be a key to solve your own problems. Absolutely. I would say I massively improved when my homie Ace, I made friends with Ace on Discord. He's in and out of my Discord. This guy, he makes good shit. And we basically for like year and a half were just constantly giving each other feedback back and forth. We both intimately understood each other's styles and weaknesses, and having a direct homie, as opposed to like having a community. Hold on, this part's really good. Very well. He's crack. Honestly, y'all should check him out, because he only has 64 followers, and that's fucked up. It's super fucked up. I don't remember what I was saying. Fucking, so like doing, you know, being engaged in a producer community and giving feedback is super useful and helpful, because you're getting like a wide range of different sounds, but also, yeah, building like a one-on-one connection with someone and directly sharing music and giving feedback back and forth, I think is super useful, because then you get to like intimately understand each other's styles and weaknesses. And also there's a bit of like kind of healthy competition kind of aspect going, where you're like, I don't know, it's more motivating to like be directly in contact with someone, I think. Yeah. Okay, a lot of things. Learning to get feedback. All right. You said, oh no, it's a good thing because you focus more on creativity rather than the result itself. Yeah, I think what you're talking about, you're referring to just building the habits of creativity overall. You know, play instruments, do as much as you can relating to music, not necessarily just music production itself, because when you don't feel like doing music production, you can have other hobbies that still relate to it. The result is a side effect, I feel, a side effect of putting the time making stuff. Every project is a step in the ladder of self-improvement. Exactly, right? This whole entire shebang, being an artist is, the goal of being an artist is like self-improvement and working on yourself and improving your artistic project. It's not make an album. That's a part of it, but that part comes as a side effect of putting in the work, working on yourself, and becoming the best artist that you can be. Quite a few people at Tipper and Friends asked who it was when I had it on. Hell yeah. Thank you. I'd love to hear that. What's up, T-Fam? You said, that's awesome. Tried to learn to echolocate as a kid after seeing that blind kid on Oprah. Yeah, dude, they're fucking nuts. The people can ride bicycles around fucking cars and traffic and shit and just click their tongues and it's insane. Now, I don't think it's physically possible for someone who is sighted to see or to echolocate to that level, because literally the visual cortex of their brain gets taken over and is used to echolocate. So they're actually seeing they're seeing with their fucking echolocation. It's like Daredevil. They're actually visualizing 3D space in their head via the just hearing timbral differences off of the, you know, binaural frequency response from, or impulse response from clicks and echoes and whatever. It's nuts. Have you seen the video of sound ray tracing? I've seen a few. I spent a minute. I wanted to learn. So I mean, I'm all about, yeah, echolocation and all that shit. For one of my classes in grad school, I decided to make an echolocation simulator, which, I mean, it's a shit simulator. It's not great. It's only 2-dimensional. But like basically it's like a 2-dimensional maze, and you just like walk around the maze. But you know, if you're like blindfolded or you can't actually see the maze, you can press a button and then the character will make a click, and then you'll hear a reverberation or an echo or response in the room, that is dependent on how close you are to, you know, walls in all directions, all cardinal directions around you. And then using that information, like if you hear that there's like slight comb filtering right in front of you, that means you're right in front of a wall. And then if they're like the echo or the reverb delay time is a little bit longer to your left, that means there's an open hallway to your left. Shit like that. So that was like a very bare bones thing. I'm super curious about making a full-blown echolocation training simulator, but it would require a head-related transfer function of the listener's head, and you probably would also need to do it in virtual reality with head tracking, because you basically have a gyroscope in your head, and the way that we localize sound is really also highly dependent on turning your head. Because if you hear something that's like behind you and to the left, as you hear it, and you're listening to it, you're gonna make micro movements with your head to slightly adjust it so that you can like get a new listening angle and triangulate its position. Because there's a bunch of different blind spots, you know, like there's massive blind spots to the left, to the right of you, and also you can confuse things behind you and in front of you. There's front back confusion, and then there's cones of confusion to the left and right. And yeah, so head movements matter a fuck ton. So if you were to actually create like a realistic echolocation simulator, you would need to do some like crazy I don't even know if you can do ray tracing, but there's been some projects where you can like fully simulate create an acoustic simulation of like using wavefront propagation within a room to figure out exactly what that room would sound like binaurally from every single point in that room. However, it takes like hours to do it, and you have to like ship off the room dimensions off to like Microsoft, and then they'll calculate it for you on a supercomputer and then send it back to you. So it can't be done in real time for an updated, like a room that's updating. You know, if like a car is moving towards you, then I don't think you could do it. The technology is still like not super great on that front, and is still developing, which is a bummer. But I think that could be like, there's massive potential there, because you think about it, and like visually, video games have gotten so insanely like high detail, but like it's still not super great in terms of like 3D audio. You know, I mean, you can kind of get stuff done with like Dolby Atmos, but again, if you want to do something that is akin one-to-one actual real life for an echolocation simulator, then I don't think we really have that technology yet, unless you make something super highly specialized for one individual person. Yeah, anyways, I've been yapping for ages. You said, I'm gonna join the Discord and see how I can contribute. Hell yeah. Just like, you know, if you want feedback on music, drop a thing in here. I highly recommend you also give feedback as well, because not enough people are giving feedback, and it is annoying, because like, one, you know, like it kind of breaks the system. You know, if everyone just wants feedback and no one gives feedback, then like no one's gonna get fucking feedback, and that's not helpful. But also, you're screwing yourself over in the process, because you need to give feedback to improve. That's like 50% of the thing. So like, people out of laziness and self-centered, selfish laziness are actually handicapping themselves in their own mixing journey, which it blows my mind. Anyways, let's what was I making? I don't know. Okay. Let's cut some of this. I don't know if they add all these properties, but they trace the signal from ears to the source, simulate reflection. Yeah, definitely. But if you want to do it live, the amount of rays that you need is obscene. So like, let's say, I've seen like examples of like the sound source is like 2 rooms away or something, and there's like one window in the room that's 2 rooms away. And basically, if you shoot rays out, every single ray that you shoot out will end up taking more CPU, right? So if you're shooting out 1,024 rays, and then you're calculating, you're basically going to see what of those rays that shoot out will end up reaching the object and then going back to the listener, or from the source to the listener, or whatever. And then you need to calculate exactly, you know, how many of those rays did that happen for, and the distance from those rays, and then convert all that into distance cues, and then you can like create a whole whatever. You can create the reverberation. But if it's like you have a source that's like 2 in some kind of like difficult, complex space or situation, then a ray that shoots out at one angle and a tiny deviation from that other angle, one will hit the ear and one will completely miss it. So you need extremely high density for those situations. Otherwise, if you're walking around in that simulator, the source is like 2 rooms away, you'll take 1 step and it'll be clear as day in one ear, and then you'll take half a step forward and then it'll be completely muted because there's rays that are missing you, and not because it's discrete, you know? Oh, they do it in voxel? I did also see a thing where someone made like a voxel sort of Minecrafty kind of thing, and they had like a really cool 3D sound voxel based thing. But again, it didn't sound realistic. It sounded cool and it would work for the video game, but it doesn't sound like real life. But I'll check out what you're talking about. Any advice on how to give good feedback? Sometimes I try it, but it's difficult for me to find things. I mean, like, if you can't find like mixing feedback, creative feedback always works. Just like listen for, you know, what you like and don't like, if you think it fully works. If you feel like it's a song that like just works all the way around, you have literally no bad feedback to give, then or no critical feedback to give, then to say I fuck with it heavy, I can't hear anything different, or that I would change personally. And that is also useful advice, you know? But I think it's just like listening for, like, if you were making the song, what would you tweak? Do you think the snare's too loud? Do you think it's too quiet? You know? I don't know, it varies. I would just like look at what other people tend to write. Also, another thing is, if someone, like, let's say I respond to someone and write a bunch of critical feedback regarding the mix, try listening to the mix and keep in mind the things that I said and see if you agree with them or if you disagree, because I could also be wrong. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about sometimes, but you know, use that as pointers. If everyone unanimously says, oh yeah, there's way too much 200 hertz, it's super boomy, there's resonances there at this timestamp, listen for yourself and hear, okay, then the low mids, it gets pretty resonant there, that much is too much. Keep that in mind. And then, you know, that'll, you know, help you train your ear or whatever, right? Yeah. Okay, let's turn off maybe the bongos. Where's the other percussion thing? Oh, it's this guy here. It kind of works. There's a lot of shit that needs some happenings. Kind of want to try to add some like low mid chords, maybe. I don't know. We're in a weird ass fucking tuning. I don't know how to turn this into nice chords that'll fit, you know. So what do we do here? Let's move this down. And then, all right, this is the secret when you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Take all your MIDI notes and then just try making chords out of them, and then you just transpose them around. Yeah, it's working. We're doing it. We'll put this guy here. Yeah, it's doing the thing. This might be weird because these are like super bunched up. It's gonna be like bunch of minor, major, seventh kind of sounds. Now let's take all these chords over again. And then do some shit like the secret of chords. Yeah, well the thing is, for this particular song, I stole the MIDI from, so this is in 23 notes per octave, which you know, it's microtonal, it's scary, a little frightening. And the way I made this is I took the MIDI from an existing song in 23 notes per octave. It is Blackwood 23. So the homie Easley Blackwood composed a fuck ton of microtonal compositions in like the 70s or 80s, I think. And they sound fucking nuts. They're crazy. and this one's in 23. And 23 in particular is a really, really weird tuning in that it's like really fucking alien. It's like as alien as you can kind of get from 12 with having that many notes. So it sounds really weird. And so I just took all the MIDI from this and then I just started cutting around. It's funny, when I first heard this, it was like unlistenable. It was like painful and like horrifying. Now it's like one of my favorite of his compositions. It fucking bangs. Like it took my ear like years, honestly, to be able to figure out what's actually going on and find the like harmonic beauty, and also just figure out compositionally like how it even works section by section, when sections restart and when they don't, because it's like complex. That's one cool thing about microtones, is like you can witness your hearing change in real time as it adapts to the different tunings, which is cool. So anyways, I took that and then I was like, fuck, I need to make chords. And so I just like that looping melody that I have, I just like started throwing things around and worked. Okay, so maybe it's a little bit busy though, so we go. Okay, that last little bit don't. That last little bit don't fucking work at all. Hell yeah. Yeah, for me, Blackwood 17 was like the thing that convinced me that microtonality was like worth getting into and exploring. I also have another song where I do a flip of Blackwood 17. That's what inspired this one. So I took Blackwood 17 and I made this. It's right up here in this mix. And that one's just real pretty. I mean, it's just using like a major scale diatonic melodies and stuff like that, but in 17 notes per octave. So it's like it's very friendly to listeners who aren't familiar with Zen harmony. But this is like one of my favorite pieces of all time. For context, this is Blackwood 17. Anyways, so yeah, I'm just doing that. I'm like, let's try to make a thing with 23, because the past like couple months I've been hyper focused and fixated on 23 notes per octave. I decided to get as good as possible, and like basically 23 is like the weirdest fucking tuning. It's like, it sucks. It like mathematically is terrible, but it also has a ton of notes, which makes it really, really interesting to explore compositionally as like an exercise, but also just to like figure out, how am I going to write music if I don't have any of the tools available to me? It doesn't have a perfect fifth. It has a shitty, really low perfect fifth, and has a really sharp, higher pitch perfect fifth. So you basically have two bad approximations of a fifth, which gives it completely different sounds. Not only that, but since everything is so out of tune to just intervals, you need to play with timbre a lot more. You can't really use saw waves and play chords and expect it to sound good in the slightest. You have to start experimenting with like more bell-like inharmonic timbres, really short percussive things, sine waves. Playing with pitch bends, bending into notes can like kind of psychoacoustically trick the listener into like thinking that things sound more in tune than they really are. So like I've learned so much honestly about timbre and composition just working within this, and also just discovering basically just been discovering a ton of different music theory with just regarding the whole entire thing, which has been very, very cool. So yeah, would recommend. Now that this part happens here, I kind of want to get rid of the ARP stuff. Maybe just get rid of that, honestly. Maybe we'll do this. This here. Where's that other sound? Okay, I'm getting happier with this section over here now, but it is still really similar to this. feedback is that I can make good constructive criticism when the failed intention is pretty obvious. Otherwise, I don't know if it'd be good for the song because it'd be changing the track to my taste. It is still a good input, don't get me wrong. It's maybe not precise enough if I don't know. Thing with feedback. You're saying there's something regarding this song that isn't your taste? Because, like, you can just say, you know, I just don't think this particular section is working to my ear or whatever. When you're giving feedback to other people, it's good to, you know, just like note or remind people that, you know, everything is subjective, you know, like just subjective, but, you know, I don't like that this drops into drum and bass later or something like that, right? Just because people, you know, egos are attached to music and someone could get their feelings hurt if you're just like, I don't like this drop, right? But I don't know, as I'm working on, like, my own subjectivity and the way I'm interpreting the song as I'm working on it is vastly different than how I'm going to listen to the song 30 minutes later or a couple days from now after I like stop working on it. So it's very well that I'm just making bad decisions regarding how I should structure the song, and I'll come back and work on it later. You know, it's just a big game of whack-a-mole, right? I change one thing, that causes other issues to appear. Maybe the thing that I change isn't even good, you know, but it still gets me kind of towards, I might make something that is a mistake, but then coming back and fixing that mistake might lead me to a better goal, right? Like, oftentimes it's just like you're like, I liken it to like sculpting, but you're sculpting by throwing a bunch of garbage at a wall. You're just throwing a bunch of garbage together, and then once you have a big giant heap of garbage, then you sculpt it away, and then suddenly you have something good that you sculpted out of it, right? So it's just like throwing ideas together. This definitely is not like a finished idea or like anything I probably would keep in the end, but yeah. I try to keep production feedback more towards progression and tension instead of deterministic solutions to certain parts of the track. Yeah, that's a good approach to it for sure. someone questioning the artistic idea of a thing also is useful because it helps me like become more clear about what my own idea is, for instance. So like for instance, I remember I was working on this song here on a live stream, and someone in the stream said, I don't know, man, that last part there makes me like, I just don't vibe with it. I feel like it doesn't work, right? I don't know what it's doing. It sounds crazy. It's this part. It's this little drop over here. It's that little like first like 4-8 bars of this entire drop, and the point of that drop, the intention of it was to kind of scare the listener, to overwhelm them with a bunch of shit going on, to heighten it to a degree that is too much for a human to like fully kind of comprehend and absorb in one listen, right? That was the intention, because I wanted it to sound so absurd and alien even in the composition itself, right? As opposed to just the sound design and the microtonality or whatever. And being able to like properly articulate that, I feel like gave my understanding of the song's own identity and why I'm doing it. It just made me understand the song better, right? And so like it's useful to get advice, or someone will critique a song and say, I don't like this section, it sounds like X, Y, and Z, and I go, no, you silly goose, it's supposed to sound like X, Y, and Z, that's the point. And then it lets you, you know, then it's always helpful, you know? It's always useful. Any feedback is useful, unless someone just says this is shit and doesn't explain why, then that's probably not very helpful. But yeah. Yeah, nothing wrong with that in my opinion, but it's best to know if the person's open to that kind of feedback. Well, you know, yeah, if you're asking for feedback for a thing, you should be willing to hear whatever. But you also just need to keep in mind shit is subjective. Some people won't vibe with it just because of, you know, subjectivity and taste and whatnot, and to not take everything super seriously. Another thing is like when I'm giving feedback, I'm looking for issues. And that also changes the way I'm viewing the song. I'm listening to it in a completely different context than if I was listening to it on my own, right? Because I'm listening to it with the intention of finding issues for you to fix. So that's going to change how I hear it, and I might end up hearing things that aren't actually really issues because I'm trying to help so hard, you know? It's so you have to take everything with a grain of salt. You hear feedback, you have to acknowledge it, think about it, and think about whether or not you want to listen to it or not, or dismiss it. And just the act itself of having your attention drawn to this item, this aspect of your song, and making you question if you should work on it, that is immensely useful. Regardless of if you even should work on it or not, you know? Better just with the sub bass that was just like dropping low. Also, yeah, this build up sucks. Build up definitely sucks. What can do? Kind of want to put the chords now in it, now in the drop, but the chords are present in the earlier side. I mean, both sections are too similar, right? Or maybe I just don't have. Where did I put it? Where them shits at? Help me. Maybe I just get rid of this guy. But now I just got to put something new here. What if we just take this and then we invert it? That's stupid. What if we times it by 2? right? We have a bunch of MIDI, so you can just like, you just fuck with it in all sorts of ways. And I guess the song's already breaking so many rules, it doesn't really matter like what MIDI I'm like placing around or how I'm placing it, so I can get kind of creative with it. That does sound like shit, so I don't know. Yeah, I just want a kind of thing there. Let's just grab a squelch. Well, generator. I don't use that many squelches nowadays. I think I made the big squelch generator tutorial, and then I feel like everyone started using the exact same formula recipe for squelches, and I was like, I don't want to use them anymore because now I hear it all the time. Right, that's close enough. Then we can do a different thing. Sometimes people's feelings get hurt because, again, they have ego issues, and I mean, we all do, you know. And being an artist can fucking suck sometimes, and your own ego is tied up, and the way that you value yourself tends to be wrapped up into how other people perceive your music, which is unfortunately extremely toxic. But I think everyone does that to some degree. So. Yeah, I can see that, but also getting feedback from like friends and family and stuff like that. You know, there's also like the way everyone's wearing different masks around different people. You know, so if your homie or your significant other is like, "Wow, this song is so good," that doesn't really mean anything, honestly, because you don't know if they're being genuine. But if completely random person on the internet messages you and says, I love this song, that shit means way more. It slaps, right? Just because you know that's authentic, whereas the other one, there's always that question of, are they being authentic, or are they just like, you know, supporting a homie, right? Which is just, you know, unfortunate. Man, being an artist fucking sucks sometimes. Give this more play. On the board. I don't give a fuck anymore after 10 years beat making. There we go. That's it. Yep, that's the attitude. That's what's up. Enlightenment. really just aren't that great. Also, I mean, it's just sine waves. We're just doing sine waves on the chords, which is like, it's like, where the fuck are the chords, dude? Why am I doing this to myself? Oh, they're with everything else. That makes sense. I'm stupid. What if we make it offbeat? Banger? I mean, I just always do offbeat chords, dude. But it's just always better that way, right? Nah, wait. Ow, I'm sorry, folks. That was disgusting. But now the kick is playing at the same time as offbeat chord, which is also gross. Let's you blew out your live 2 speakers. I don't know that combination of letters. Live 2 speaker. I'm so curious now. My curiosity ran out. I'm giving up. Plum Tree Garden, that's what it was. Yeah. I mean, I recognize the rain on board, of course. Once we have the habit of hearing it on the downbeat, then putting it on the offbeat doesn't quite work, but it does sound good on the offbeat by itself, but then... Oh! Oh, what do I do? What do I do? The conundrums, man. Thing we do need a thing on the downbeat. We just like I could just do some boring ass fuzzy sub kind of sine compression bass. I have a couple over here. I think these are all boring as fuck, right? Yeah. Can I just shove this down here? You go here. And then you just put a roar on it, right? And then just put erosion on it. Stupid. I hate everything. I'm going crazy. I don't know, man. the song? New song. A standalone NPC with speakers. NPC is like a portable DAW thing, right? Yeah. I mean, you can just plug it into other speakers, I presume. Right? Or, no, you're getting the whole entire thing repaired, so you can't even use it. Damn. And that's rough. That is rough. Okay. Okay. Okay, we worked on this guy. Haven't touched this song in like 2 months, so we did something to it. Don't know if it would be cool if I can make this a solid thing, because there's some cool ideas in it. Maybe I'll just like, I don't know if I'd ever release this, but like could work for live shows and stuff. Should probably, yeah, let's go back to this guy. We're being productive. We're working on music. We're making things sound good. It's I don't know. It's what we're doing. It's what I do every time. I need to stop playing the same goddamn keys every time I play piano. Okay, there's still... I thought I fixed you, bro. What's your deal? Oh, this only goes to -24, not minus infinity? That's a silly mistake of me to have made. Glad to see able to not... Yep, I fixed it. It was just a storage issue. Reminder, you should all back up all of your shit. You probably haven't backed up your stuff in far too long if you're anything like me, so you should go back up your shit. using that many VSTs. It's mostly all max for live devices and just like stupidly complex Ableton racks. Though I did spend like 3 days trying to learn VST development, and that shit is awful. It's so bad. Like 99% of it, almost none of it has anything to do with DSP. It's miserable. Though I'm pretty bad at C++ as it is, and it just takes time learning like the whole framework and everything. But oh man, yeah, no, that was not. Can be, definitely can be. It's not too bad, but Spellbook uses like a decent amount of CPU, not an absurd amount, but like the amount of operations it does for the CPU that it uses is pretty great. But a lot of it is also just like, I'm basically I have 8 LFOs moving around, bandpass filters move on this thing, and I have like 5 different iterations of that happening, and God knows what else. I also pretty liberally use Soothe and Bloom. I use a lot of Bloom, especially on the master. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, my computer can take it, so I just do it. Fuck it. Oh! No! I was working on the wrong fucking version of the song, wasn't I? Oh! Fuck! That's why I was like, damn, I really need to adjust the mix pretty dramatically. I'm surprised I missed all these issues on the last time I touched. Okay, well. Woo! Oh! God! Okay, okay, you said, talking about Bitwig. Yeah, if you learn to, like, I don't know, if you tried to recreate the spellbook in Bitwig, you'd probably learn, like, so much. I know Bitwig is, like, incredibly capable and has, like, a really great workflow. Yeah, Pluto AI says, use FL or Reaper. I don't know. I don't know much about FL. I know everything is just as capable as everything else for the most part, just the workflow's a little different. But that being said, fuck FL. The amount of like pop-up plugins and shit that you need to open up, it just looks like such a nightmare. I would definitely recommend like either Ableton or Bitwig. Just because, I mean, I don't know, I fucking love Ableton. But also the way that I work with stuff is like a lot of like mangling and warping audio, and like Ableton's great at that. I know Bitwig is also good at that, and the grid is massively capable. It's much more powerful than Ableton racks are. It's not as powerful as Max MSP, but Max MSP is its own goddamn beast. So yeah, the grid is pretty crazy. Yeah, too many windows. Way too many windows. Bitwig is like specializes at like, it's like a extremely modular, and you can like route any track into any other effect in like a billion different ways extremely intuitively. I don't really know Bitwig all that well. I just know like fucking all of the producers I super look up to are all switching to Bitwig. I'm pretty sure Tipper uses Bitwig right now. And I think Mr. Bill switched to it, or maybe he's probably didn't because he's like, you know, teaches Ableton. And that's the main reason why I'm like not switching to Bitwig, is because like most people use Ableton. I already know Ableton really, really well. I'm really good at it. I don't want to relearn all this shit. And also I have a YouTube channel dedicated to teaching fucking Ableton stuff, right? So like, wouldn't make much sense. However, Ableton crashing all the time is so frustrating. Oh, Bitwig also doesn't crash nearly as much. Yeah. DAW's best for you to use? I would say Ableton, yeah. Though again, it's dependent on your own workflow and the things that you like and specialize in. Almost every DAW is capable for the most part of doing everything that every other DAW can do. It's just they have different strengths and weaknesses at workflow. So in Ableton is in particular really, really good at warping and mangling and fucking with rendered audio. That's like one of its biggest strengths. I think one of FL's biggest strengths is its piano roll, right? From what I heard, Pro Tools is good at recording and stuff, or at least that's the industry standard for recording. That's probably just like everyone just uses it because everyone uses it kind of thing. But they're all capable of doing the same shit pretty much. But I think the benefit of Ableton is specifically for electronic music. There are far more tutorials and resources online for using Ableton just because of the community that's been built up. Also, Max for Live is fucking insane. And there's a massive community of people making basically plugins that work natively within Ableton specifically for Max for Live. And then you also learn Max MSP, and then you're going a step deeper, and then you can start creating, you can create pretty much anything with Max MSP, right? So Max is insane. Yeah, I feel like FL doesn't have Max, so like that is a massive weakness already. I would say Bitwig can compare because the grid is extremely powerful, but yeah, the Max for Live is just not. would just say start with Ableton. And there's no point starting with like FL or something if you just plan on switching to Ableton eventually because the resources for Ableton are better. Just pick one and start it. I think Ableton's pretty easy to learn. As long as you start with a good tutorial. If the tutorial you're watching for like beginner's intro to Ableton starts you with the fucking session mode, if it starts off with them explaining how to use this for the entirety of the tutorial or the first half of it, skip that tutorial. It's shit. You don't need to use this mode for 99% of like what people are doing, which is like trying to make songs. This is for like making loops and working within loops. I want to make like techno or something, or like working with hardware and recording stuff and then looping it. You want to just write within this thing. The arrangement view, because you're trying to arrange songs. But Ableton's not that hard, really. It's I learned it for the most part in like a day, 2 days, like 7 years ago. I just like spent all day just like watching tutorials on what every single audio effect does, and then it was pretty intuitive. I fucking hate that BPM automation is stepwise. It's quantized. That shit ain't continuous. What the fuck, man? God. Okay, we could do this, I guess. It's only 2.5 seconds now. Outro was mid. But okay, it's a little bit better now. It's a little bit better. It's a nice song. Kind of boring, but it's nice. It's pleasant. You know, sometimes that kind of thing has its place. You know. Okay. Okay. What do we do now? We're being productive. We're endlessly looping and working on the same 4 songs. That's what we're doing. We're not having fun here. We're being productive, goddammit. All right, I've been streaming for like, Jesus Christ, what is happening to my hair? I look like a fucking rooster. Oh my God, no, it's like the more I look at it, the more it reveals. It's crazy. It's like a highbrow art piece. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna, I don't know, eat some snacks or something. I'm fucking hungry. I've been streaming for like 4 hours. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, we're back. We're here, and we're back with that one song that I keep coming back to. How exciting! Yeah. Filtering on my motherfucking snare. Why? Like, what's going on there? Just because it's wider on one and the other one isn't? What? There's this like really high-end harmonic thing that's like continues drifting over this bit. fucking dude. Yeah. What is it? What are you even doing here? No one even wants you here, man. My God. The audacity, dude. Okay, I think we're starting to get there with this last section. It's starting to not sound like utter dog shit, which is huge. That's massive progress. So that's real fun. I think the drums sound bad now. I mean, okay, yeah, because these are all like, these are all really, they're all pitched down. That's the issue. The thing I did, I think the last stream or there's a couple streams ago where I like completely redid the processing. That was absolutely the solution. Yeah. And then it just took a couple more sessions to like work on, like undid a fuck ton of progress and had to spend a couple sessions redoing it, but the right way to get it somewhere decent. Okay, wait. There's a nice open hat. Where's the open hat at? Come on. Oh, it's just this guy. Do I change the... Oh, didn't mean... Don't go exit out. Don't do that. Change the volume on this. No, it's the same volume the whole time. Are these both the same sample? No, they're different. Silver lining, redoing the process so much faster and in less steps. Yeah, well, it's just miserable because there's no creativity involved in it whatsoever, and you're more so just like angry at yourself the entire time and you have to do it in the first place. But yes, it did end up kind of coming together. I think I want these guys to be. Cool. One, we don't need to go that low. We really don't. I could also probably adjust Subbase could probably also be doing something more interesting in this section, maybe. You can't even hear that. I mean, it sounds really cool when it's soloed, but yeah, you can't hear that shit at all. I mean, we can grain delay it. I don't know. I tend not to like grain delay up an octave, but maybe it'll sound cool. It sounds pretty fucking sick. It sounds pretty good. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like the like super organic sounding physical modeling fucking mallet whatever idiophone this dude as a call and response to the overly distorted synthetic clipped as fuck, you know, electronically produced melody. Like the call and response with that is just really, really cool. I should make this guy louder, and then and then whenever the melody dude is playing, I should make it a little bit quieter. So we'll go -2. We'll just give it some of that. You know? I'm digging it. I am digging it. Okay. I think we're doing it. You know, honestly, this process is working. Turns out, when you throw yourself over and over again at the same, like, 4 songs and just rotate it, you know? You work on one song for 20, 30 minutes, switch songs, refresh your ears, work on another song. You just do that, the same 3 or 4 songs. It's kind of boring, but you make a fuck ton of progress, I think. Unless it's actually way worse than it was before, but I don't think that's the case. I think I most definitely have improved it, like, considerably. Yeah, super cool. All right, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I still am kind of juiced. I could keep going, honestly. Fuck it, let's keep going to the other song. We're just gonna keep going until we're dead. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Why is it so clipped? Okay. Run the song now. Sounds like this. The kick is fucked up, dude. What? What's going on? What? No, no, no. No idea where the clicks are coming from. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. This... No, it's not from that. It's happening. It's just happening on the fucking... What? Why? The attack was just too short, I guess. For a little sidechain obey. Okay, it's fine. Well, I fixed the click problem. That's good. Yeah, definitely. I think I've been mixing for too long. It's been 4 hours because I was recognizing like during this section there's so much shit going on, but like I can't parse what any individual element is doing or sounds like. It's all too much. It's all too much. What the fuck happened to this? I muted a group? I did. I muted many groups. It's weird because I like the weird Morse code sounds here, but like there's so much shit happening. I probably should just remove them, honestly. base also going down to like 28 hertz. I've never honestly heard or noticed an issue with the sub, but maybe it's something to keep in mind. It's like we're playing A. A sharp -1 is our lowest note. I mean, honestly, my sub can play it, but I'm mixing on barefoots, so yeah, maybe I should just go up a fifth, right? What's above A sharp? D sharp? No, A sharp is B flat, so that would be F. Hey, what's up, Oopla? Yeah, this is an old one, like 3 years old, something like that. It's a clusterfuck. I'm just trying to unclusterfuck it because I'd be making stupid decisions. Okay. Things are coming together. I think they're all coming together. What time is it? It is 4:37. Okay, when does the climbing gym close? It closes 10 p.m. Okay, all right. I can stream for another fucking 4 hours if I want to. I don't think I'm capable, but we're being so productive. We're just gonna keep. I think we're just gonna keep doing the thing I'm doing, which is just rotating songs real quickly. Now I've been rotating these 3 songs. Let's look at my notes to see. That song's pretty much done. It's pretty much done. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Let's go this one. We're not here to have fun. We're not here to have fun. We're here to finish music. This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. Oh man, I want to work on something else though. Oh, it hurts. But I do feel like I'm making massive progress. So that's good. That's good. As long as there's progress being made, then I'll come out satisfied, you know? If I feel like I'm not making progress, then that's frustrating. I really think, hey, what's up, Jonathan? How you doing? Packing your stuff for a move, but you'll be lurking? Word. Good luck with the move. Yeah, I really think this just like quickly rotating between multiple songs and just chipping away at the mix on each of them for a little bit is absolutely the move. Because like if I work just on one song for like 2 hours, I don't know, I feel like I'll end up making moves in the wrong direction eventually because my subjectivity gets fucked up. But I think by just chipping away at a bunch of them and then rotating, I'm like refreshing my perspective and not getting too bored. However, I'm pretty fucking bored at this point. I'm gonna be honest with you, but yeah, no, we're getting there. I don't like that ending. I think I'm just gonna stick with the. Just something like that, and then it just cuts out. I mean, the song sounded pretty good. I don't know. Maybe I'm over mixing it at this point, making it sound too balanced. But I think if anything, there's just like some issues with like congestion with the delays and the reverb in the mids. But other than that, I think it's pretty solid. Yeah, not much to work on that one. It's mostly just these two now, and these two were making good progress. So let's switch to this guy. Just gonna go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, as per always. Things that got me to like learn piano was just a bunch of Now the transition between these two sections kind of suck. We just slap an Alien Riser, right? Alien Riser 2. Alien Riser 2. When in doubt. When in doubt, Alien Riser 2. The sound is very, very recognizable at this point because I put it in every fucking song. So let's reverse it. And then, what do you sound like now? Beautiful. I fucking love this sound. I mute the reverb. I forgot I do that. The big issue is just like when the main synth drops down like a couple octaves, it just sounds like terribly muddy. And like I possibly should just try to like recreate that like MIDI note for MIDI note with like an FM synth or something, and like just recreate that sound, make it more polished. But that would suck. That would suck. I don't want to do it. I don't want to. But it's definitely getting to like listenable status, I think. So that's cool. How old is this song? Also 3 years old. Yeah. Remember I played this at like the very first music festival I ever played at. That was like a very small illegal music festival out in the middle of the woods on some property with like 150 people or something, 100 people. But yeah, it was real cool. Remember, this was I think this was like one of the very first songs where I figured out the whole dynamic sub bass trick thing. We have how did I do it? How did I do it? Oh yeah, this is old as fuck. Oh yeah, we got an inverse. Man, we have a phase inversion on a parallel process thing, right? The parallel process thing has an auto filter, and the auto filter is wubbing, basically. The frequency of the auto filter is controlled like an LFO or something, and so it does some weird phase crossover bullshit. I can't. Okay, I can't even articulate. I don't feel like trying to even figure that out. All right. folks, I've been streaming for like 5 hours. I think I need to stop for my own sanity. I need to eat actual decent food. I need to go exercise. I need to go apply for jobs because I haven't done enough of that today. Did some of that this morning, but then I spent 5 hours making music, so got to get back to the hunt. So that'll be exciting. Yeah, I'll probably stream again tomorrow. It'll likely be more of this shit. Because honestly, if I keep up this rate, if I'm able to keep this up and have a couple more days of this like level of productivity, I might just be done with the whole fucking EP, and I might have the EP out next month, which that'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty good. So, fingers crossed that I don't fucking lose my mind and stop being productive, because this is pretty good. Honestly, like, if I could just treat this like an actual job, you know? It's like, you know, spend 9 hours a day just being productive, you know, like have a dedicated day to just productivity. We're just gonna mix these fucking songs. I'm not gonna deviate from that. I would get so much shit done. So let's try to do that. You know, let's definitely try to do that. I'll after I eat food, go to the gym, do all that, I'm gonna come back, and instead of playing Oblivion Remastered, which I've been binging because that shit is amazing, I'm gonna mix for another like 3 hours. Yeah, it'll be fun. All right. I'm done. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Hope you learned something. Maybe you're inspired, or I don't know. You just had me on the other monitor while you did God knows what. But yeah, it's been fun. I'll probably stream again tomorrow. All right, take care, y'all. Later.